Chisenhall drives it deep right field, and the Indians will win it. A come from behind walk-off win in the bottom of the ninth as Lonnie Chisenhall stuns the Tigers. From Progressive Field in downtown Cleveland, it's Indians baseball tonight. The Tribe welcomes in the Minnesota Twins for a 3-game series. Tiger and everyone, Matt Underwood, alongside Rick Manning. Tribe coming off one of their most thrilling wins of the year, a walk-off victory over the Detroit Tigers, really hurting the Tigers' chances as they try to run down Chicago in the American League Central Division title race. And Lonnie Chisenhall had a big hand in it. He had the game-winning hit, and boy, has he swung the bat well since he's come off the DL.
Well, it's nice to see Lonnie get a chance to come back before the season's over. He wanted to do that after getting hit in the arm in Baltimore, broke a bone in his arm, and he's come back, and he's played very well. The game-winning hit on Sunday, he went deep in Minnesota, and this is a guy that's going to go play winter baseball this winter to try and improve and get some more at-bats that he missed this year. And unfortunately, that came about. Since his return, hitting .300, homer, 4 RBIs, and before the injury, you see he had 3 walks. After coming back, just 1 walk prior to that. So Lonnie is swinging the bat very well.
Yeah, great sign to see as we head towards the finish line here in this 2012 season. Minnesota Twins in town. They've beaten the Indians 10 out of their last 12 head-to-head meetings. Let's take a look at our Nissan Road-Ahead pitching matchup. As for the Tribe, David Huff gets a much-deserved start the way he's come out of the bullpen.
Well, he pitched 3 1/3 innings in Minnesota to get the win in that ball game. Retired every hitter he faced, 34 pitches, and he threw the ball very well. He had a nice outing out in Texas, so he's going to get the start tonight. And a look-see here. Come September, he's going to be matched up against P.J. Walters, who had a start against the Indians, had a no decision, but gave up 8 hits, 4 earned runs in 4 1/3 innings.
Get to a Nissan dealer for special offers on innovation that excites. We'll see if the Indians can jump on P.J. Walters early. He's had a lot of first-inning troubles this year. We'll detail that as long as all the play-by-play action coming up next on Sports Time Ohio. Tuesday Night Baseball on Sports Time Ohio, brought to you by your Northern Ohio GMC dealers. It's a cool, cloudy evening in downtown Cleveland as the Tribe opens this series against the Minnesota Twins. The Indians 1 game better than Minnesota in the American League Central Division standings as we head into play here tonight. And as the Indians take the field behind David Huff, we'll get a look at Ron Gardenhire's starting lineup for Minnesota, brought to you by Kia. Denard Span in the leadoff spot in center field, followed by Ben Revere. Then Joe Mauer hits third, Josh Willingham batting cleanup, and Justin Morneau having a season to remember for him against the Indians, batting fifth. Then Ryan Dohm at sixth, Trevor Plouffe, Jamie Carroll, Eduardo Escobar rounded out.
Well, let's take a look at David Huff. It'll be brought to you by MLB.com at Bat12. Visit Indians.com for your details. He's making his very first start this year, his third appearance. That first appearance came against the Minnesota Twins. He faced 10 hitters and had an opportunity. This is Gomez's day in the rotation, but Huff has pitched so well they want to get a look at him. He is 1-0 this year, that win against the Twins. He is 4-5 in his career against the Minnesota Twins. So David getting an opportunity. He's going to go out there and hopefully continue to pound the strike zone and throw strikes. Let's look at the defense behind Huff this evening. It looks like this in the outfield from left to right. It's going to be Carrera, Brantley, and Chu. On the infield from third to first, it's Chisenhall, Cabrera, Kipnis, and Kochman with Santana doing the catching.
Mike Muchlinski will call the balls and strikes. Sam Holbrook is at first, Andy Fletcher at second, and the crew chief, Joe West, down at third. After beating the Detroit Tigers in dramatic fashion on Sunday, Detroit went up to Chicago to make up their game against the White Sox, and Chicago beat Detroit. White Sox have now won 4 straight, and the Tigers have fallen 3 games out in the AL Central with time running out.
Well, it certainly is. They cannot afford many losses anymore if they plan on coming around to hang in there. 3 games back, I know there's 15 to play. But for the Indians and the Twins, it's a battle for last place. The Indians have a game lead over the Minnesota Twins. Indians 61-86, Minnesota 60-87. And the Twins have taken advantage of the Indians all year long, outscoring them 90-63 in the 15 games.
And a strike to Denard Span to get us underway. Yeah, Rick, when you look at what the Twins have done against the Indians since June 2nd, they've outscored them by a 2-to-1 ratio. I mean, and they've pitched better, they've swung the bats better, and Span starts the game with an extra base hit into the right field corner. So David Huff, who was perfect through 3 1/3 innings of relief against the Twins in Minnesota, gives up a hit here to Denard Span to start the game.
Well, and Span didn't even play back in Minnesota. He was hurt at the time, so he's back in there. And here's a guy, watch, he just drops the barrel head of that bat on the low and in fastball and drills it into the corner for Denard Span, his 34th double of the year. This is the guy that was playing center field for him when we were in Minnesota.
And Ben Revere is quite a speedster. They pinch in at the corners as he goes to bunt, drags it to first. Kochman's got it. Look to third, no play there. And he can't get Revere at first, so
nobody was
at
there.
The corners.
You know, it's a bunt situation. Nobody was there. Huff didn't get over. Kipnis didn't cover. First base wide open. He was just sacrificing. And, you know, he wants to move the runner. In comes Kochman. He's going to make the play. Kipnis was late getting there, and Huff didn't get over because he couldn't get to the ball. So Revere will get a base hit, and it's first and third.
Well-placed bunt by Ben Revere, who has 9 bunt hits on the year as Joe Mauer steps in. Twins have done well when it comes to batting with runners in scoring position. In winning 10 of their last 12 against the Tribe, they've hit .313 with a runner in scoring position against the Indians.
Well, and they've had a couple of guys do pretty good damage to him. Willingham, the guy on deck, has. And also Justin Morneau has had a terrific year. 6 homers and 18 or 19 RBIs against the Tribe this year.
In the dirt, and a good block there by Carlos Santana. Willingham waiting on deck. Now 3-1 the count for Maurer. Revere takes off, and Maurer fouls it out of play. So a full count as Revere retreats. 36 stolen bases on the year. Denard Span already at third base here in the inning.
Well, they sent him 3-1, and I think Gardenhire felt that Maurer was going to get a fastball and put it in play. He fouled it off. You should send him 3-2 because with Span on third, I don't know if they'll throw it through.
Runner was going, but it's fouled out of play.
And he's not getting a jump to where he's trying to steal the base because he's waiting to make sure Huff goes to the plate. So if you can get a strike him out here, you could get a strike him out, throw him out play.
Huff ready. Revere takes off, and it's line to left. Deep down the line into the corner it goes. It's a foul ball.
Whew. Not by much. We lost it from our vantage point. Joe West at third base turned, and it was down the line and sliced. He loves to go that way with the baseball, and it's close. By about a foot or two.
Yeah. So they'll try again. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat for Joe Maurer. Josh Willingham on deck. And then Morneau. Again, Span at third. Revere expecting to be moving on the pitch, draws a throw. Runner goes, and it's line to left, the base hit. Span will score. Revere will hit second and try for third. He'll go in standing. And Joe Maurer delivers an RBI single, his 78th run batted in on the year. And with Joe Maurer, if you continue to pitch him away, he's just going to whack it to the opposite field.
And you know what? It was fastball after fastball after fastball. He didn't throw anything off speed, and everything was away from him in this at-bat. He started him 3-1, and then with Revere running, that enabled them to go to third base, even on the base hit to left field. They never did go inside on Maurer.
And now Josh Willingham takes a strike. He's had a monstrous year in terms of production for Minnesota with 34 homers, 105 driven in, and 28 doubles. And it's in off the plate, 1-1. Willingham, when we saw him in Minnesota, he wasn't swinging the bat as well as we have seen him swing it earlier this year.
Yeah, he was a little quiet. As a matter of fact, they gave him a game off in that series, which is a 4-game series. But you still don't want to make a mistake with him up there because he can hit it a long way. He likes the ball middle in.
Still first and third, still nobody out. And he strikes him out. David Huff gets his first out here in the inning as Willingham goes down a hacking.
Got him on a changeup, down and away. Well located. Excellent pitch, and you get the big right-hander swinging, thinking it's a fastball. Gets the changeup away, and David gets his first out.
Now Justin Morneau, who's done more than just a little damage against the Indians this year.
Well, he's Every time we face him, he looked like he's back to normal.
And our stat of the game brought to you by your Northern Ohio GMC dealers. Since 1961, only the killer has driven in more against the Indians in a single season than Morneau.
Well, he's got one right out there to tie Killebrew. Fly ball will do it, and they lead the league in sacrifice flies. 54 as a team.
Yeah, and he is a guy who will elevate the ball.
Well, yeah, with that swing that he has, when you look at Morneau, he has, nine sacrifice flies.
He has hit into 17 double plays, so he will also bounce it on the ground occasionally. The interesting thing about that, as a 2-0 pitch is outside 3-0. The Twins are just 2 behind the Tigers for the league lead in grounding into double plays. Swung on and missed. It's 3-1. Morneau had to green light, and he was trying to hit one to the second deck in right field.
Well, you get a free shot at it. You get a 3-0 pitch. Let's go. He gets a free swing. This 3-1 could be in that same boat. Now remember, everything was away to Maurer. They finally come in here, and he didn't get it in there. He left it. It went out over the plate. That at-bat that Maurer had, everything was straight fastballs. Everything was away. They wanted it in to watch it leak out over the plate. That ends up being almost middle third away. If you go in there, get it in there. There it was.
Popped foul and out of play.
A lot of times pitchers, when you have runners in scoring position and less than 2 outs, they love to pitch inside and not let big hitters like a Morneau extend his arms. And that one wasn't really in, but it was in enough to get down on the trademark, but it was elevated. It was a little bit above the belt.
First and third, 1 out. Off-speed pitch could induce a double play ball. Let's see if he goes to it here. Instead, he hung it. It's popped to left. Carrera will make the grab. Tagging coming home is Revere. No chance to get him. And the Twins have a 2-0 lead. So Morneau gets his 76th run batted in on the year and his 20th of the season against the Tribe.
Well, and they went with a breaking ball 3-2, and he kept his hands back enough to get enough of it to hit it to left field. Gets his 10th sacrifice fly, and Minnesota leads it 2-0. And that's the things that the little things you do. You get them on, you get them over, and that's what you try to do as a team. And Minnesota has done that very well against the Indians this year.
Ryan Domit looks at ball 1 inside. The 2-0 fouled right back over the screen. Must have got hit on the follow through.
Well, we have seen Carlos do that a couple times this year to other catchers. Watch when they let go of the bat. There he does. Yeah, he gets clipped. And that's another catcher slash DH slash outfielder getting him right on the back of the hand.
Doesn't look like much on the replay, but you drop the barrel of a bat on a bare knuckle, and I'll tell you what.
Think about it. Swinging is, I mean, that thing's got some speed to it. That's in slow motion.
Runner at first with 2 down, the 2-1. Swung on and missed.
Come here, I've got a bat up here. Let me see your hand.
Get out of here. The 2-2. bounced to third. And Chisenhall goes to second for the inning-ending force. Well, the Twins get a pair here in inning number 1. The Indians are coming to bat. Progressive Insurance, proud to be the official auto insurance provider of the Cleveland Indians. Shin-Soo Choo will lead it off, then Jason Kipnis, followed by Asdrubal Cabrera, Carlos Santana, Michael Brantley, and Russ Kanzler. Then Lonnie Chisenhall, Casey Kochman, and Ezekiel Carrera.
P.J. Walters making the start. He is 27 years old, 6'4", 215 pounds. He is 2-4 and a .670 earned run average. He has had his issues in the first inning, as well as some of the Indians pitchers, but we'll see what he has to offer today. One other start against the Indians this year. Let's check out the Home Depot defense for Minnesota. Willingham, Span, and Rivera in the outfield. It's Plouffe, Escobar, Carroll, and Morneau on the infield, with Mauer doing the catching, more savings, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
So Shin-Soo Choo will lead it off. And he looks at ball one down low. Choo has gone 2 for 11 on the homestand. And that pitch outside from P.J. Walters. He misses again, 3-0.
You know, we talked about a lot of times this year the Indians allowing first inning runs, which have allowed 112. Well, Minnesota has allowed the most at 117, believe it or not. And this guy has had issues with the first inning in his starts. He's making his 10th start this year.
Choo wraps one into right field. It will drop for a base hit. And the Indians get their leadoff man aboard.
Get the count in your favor, 3-1. Why not? Get after that fastball, you know, and it's right down Broadway at 87 miles per hour. So Choo puts a good swing on it, gets a base hit, and the Indians off to a good start.
Jason Kipnis, .252 hitter on the year. And he looks at ball one. Walters has surrendered 14 first inning runs. And for Walters, that covers, 8, 9 starts? Kipnis fouling it out of play. Inside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Chu held at first by Morneau. And the 2-2 low and away, a full count.
Yeah, you got to start Chu now, even if you're down a pair. Figure Kipnis is going to put it in play.
Runner goes. 3-2 pitch, line to left center field. Chu on his way to third. He'll go in standing. And the Indians try to answer back. Have runners at the corners with nobody out.
Well, nicely done by Jason Kipnis, just staying on the baseball. Didn't try to do too much with it. Chu did start, and you can see a single fastball, but elevated. 88. Walters, if he's going to be around, he's going to have to get that ball down, and they could do some damage. So the Indians start out with back-to-back hits, just like Minnesota did.
As Drupal Cabrera. Takes low, ball 1. Cabrera with 14 homers, 31 doubles, and 57 driven in on the year. Walters deals, and Cabrera wraps it to first. Morneau had trouble picking it up. His only play now is at the bag. He retires Cabrera, and the Indians are on the board. Morneau was going to come home with the throw, but once he bobbled it, he had to just go to the bag.
He had the opportunity to do a number of different things. He could have went for the double play. He could have went throw it to the shortstop, Escobar, and come back for the double play, but he was looking at home, we thought. But once you don't field it cleanly, you got to get the out. So Kipnis moves up. They do get the first out, but the Indians are on the board.
And Carlos Santana with a runner in scoring position. Walters gets ahead with a first pitch strike. Breaking ball down and in. Our great clip of the game from Sunday, Carlos Santana almost took it out of here off Jose Valverde. And then Don Kelly almost made a spectacular play, but the ball popped out of his glove. It went for an RBI triple for Santana. Great clips. It's going to be great. And Santana is called out on strikes, 2 away.
Hit that inside corner and down. That's a good pitch. And Carlos knew it. He tried to give him a little decoy, but he was looking away, and there goes the walk back. He realized it. Good pitch.
It's going to bring up Michael Brantley. He reaches for it and bangs it just foul. Brantley, 6 homers, 58 driven in on the year, 36 doubles. Hits that one in the air to left. Back is Willingham to make the catch. So the Indians get a run on 2 hits, leave one stranded. After an inning, it's Minnesota 2, Cleveland 1.
McDonald's Cherry Berry Chiller. Cherry and raspberry flavors blended with ice and 100% fruit juice. By AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers.
Second inning, 2-1 Minnesota. Bottom third of the Twins order coming up. Trevor Plouffe, Jamie Carroll, and Eduardo Escobar. Huff delivers, and it's in for a called strike to Plouffe. On the ground to short, whereas Drupal Cabrera will sling it across for out number 1. Well, earlier today, a special honor was bestowed upon Jason Kipnis, and with more on that, here's Katie Witham.
Yeah, Jason Kipnis was named the Cleveland Indians Roberto Clemente Player of the Year, and he told me extremely honored because this is one of his role models to even be put in the sentence with Clemente. But he told me that his best memory off the field came in spring training. He, Vinny Pistano, Manny Acta, and Chris Antonetti all went to visit a child in Arizona who was dealing with some illness. They were able to bring him some Indians gear, but also bring him back to the field where he was a bat boy for a couple of those spring training games. And Jason just said it was such a cool experience, and he felt like he kind of took probably more away from that than the kid did.
Thanks, Katie. And certainly, professional athletes, there's a lot that goes into playing the game of baseball. They're certainly well compensated, and that's well documented, and they get a lot out of baseball. But all of them, really to a man, understand that it's important to try and give back when possible, and I think almost every one of these guys makes an effort to do that on a daily basis.
Well, yes, you don't hear about a lot of that.
Right.
That's behind the scenes, and I think that's why they do have that Roberto Clemente Award, which is announced at the World Series every year.
Jamie Carroll goes down swinging. Second strikeout for David Huff, 2 down.
Well, you can see the first time through, David, to the right-handers, he's had a little bit of luck with that changeup. He's been able to get a couple of Twins, Willingham being one, and now Carroll out on their front foot with the changeup. Now we'll see if that works second time around.
Eduardo Escobar takes a strike, batting just .208 on the year. Chopper to third. Chisenhall can't come up with it. Cabrera picks it, throws, can't get him. Nice effort by Asdrubal Cabrera to come up with the ricochet. And had it not been for the speed of Eduardo Escobar, he might have had him.
Well, it deflected off of Chisenhall's glove right to Cabrera. So he was able to put something on it. And you can see where Lonnie was playing in front of the bag, thinking that possibly he could bunt. It'll go as a base hit, but he couldn't get there. Deflects it to Cabrera, and just not enough time to get him.
And so with 2 down, Denard Span, top of the order, doubled down the right field line his first time up. Again, Huff fires to first. Escobar only has a couple of steals. And he misses to Escobar for ball 1, or to Denard Span, excuse me, for ball 1. Span missed time with a shoulder injury when we were in Chicago. I think it was more of a collarbone issue he was dealing with at that time. Fly ball to left. Ezekiel Carrera will make the catch. We'll go to the bottom of the second, 2-1 Minnesota. Will lead off for the Indians. And P.J. Walters with a breaking ball for strike 1. One ball, one strike. Fastball in there for a strike. And now the count 1-2 on Kanzler. Slider swung on and missed. He went chasing. Second strikeout for Walters, one down here in inning number 2. Tonight's injury report brought to you by Elk & Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Cole DeVries, he suffered a cracked rib when we were in Minnesota. I don't remember who it was that hit the ball, smacked it right back at him, and he caught it right in the side.
Yeah, and held on to it.
Yeah, and that ultimately sent him to the disabled list.
I think Matt Capps is going to pitch before this year is over as well.
Lonnie Chisenhall has just tied the game with a drive deep into the Indians' bullpen. Chisenhall's 5th home run on the year, his 2nd in since coming back from the DL. And we're all back to even now at 2 apiece as he drilled that deep into this cold and lonely night here at Progressive Field.
Well, I'll tell you what, that ball was smoked. I mean, that ball got out of here, and it went for a long, long way. He got a fastball down the middle. And, I mean, that's nitro zone right there for Chisenhall at that speed, and watch where it lands. Halfway into the Indians' bullpen. Who's that? Rogers chasing it down. So we have a new ball game. It's 2-2. That had to feel good.
Well, especially because on a night like this, it's not as though you're getting any help from the wind as Casey Kochman finds a hole on the left side.
Well, you know, that wind was starting to, earlier in the day was pushing in. Last inning it was blowing out. Now it's coming sort of back again, so it's swirling around here today.
Hard to kind of get a track on exactly what it's doing, although when we feel it in the booth, that usually means it's coming in off the lake. At times it was blowing straight in. Right now it appears to be blowing more from the left field corner to the right field corner. Ezekiel Carrera batting 9th. And it's ball 1. That goes out of play. P.J. Walters was part of that monster trade last year at the deadline in which the Blue Jays traded Edwin Jackson, Octavio Dotel, Mark Zepchinski, and Corey Patterson to the Cardinals for Colby Rasmus, Brian Tallett, Trevor Miller, and P.J. Walters. But Walters, this past offseason, as a free agent, signed with the Minnesota Twins. He was originally an 11th round pick of the Cardinals back in 2006 out of South Alabama. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Just threw the bat at it, punches it towards center field. It drops a base hit. Kochman will stop at second. And the Indians have 2 on with 1 out as we go to the top of the order. 3 straight hits here in the second. A mammoth homer by Chisenhall. A bouncing ball single by Kochman, and now a bloop single by Carrera.
Well, usually you want to see a few bloops and a blast, but we saw the blast and a couple of bloops after that long home run. Carrera just put that ball in play. That had to be a foot outside. So Kochman moves up to second base, so it's 3 straight hits for the Indians. They already have 5 hits in the game. Rolling over to the top of the lineup.
And Shin-Soo Choo, a swing and a miss. Breaking ball bounced toward first. Morneau will flip it to Walters. And there are 2 down as Kochman goes to third and Carrera moves to second. Let's go back to Minnesota. Cole DeVries, who suffered that cracked rib. This was the at-bat. It was Asdrubal Cabrera.
Ouch.
I swear you can hear the thud.
Yeah. I mean, he caught it. He put it down. And you know what? He came back for another inning. You know, he did tough it out. He says, yeah, it's a little sore. And you get a cracked rib, and it's really sore.
Oh.
I don't know if you've ever had one before, but it hurts to sneeze or cough or do anything.
I had him bruised. That was enough. A few face masks in the ribs do that to you. But you're right. You know, that the problem is it's not so much the physical impediment of what you can do. It's just you can't breathe.
Yeah, it's
You
tough.
know, it's tough to go run around and do stuff when you can't even get a deep breath.
Boy, that ball stuck. It stuck. Nothing he could do. He couldn't get out of the way. He paid the price. He got the out. He did get the win in that game, didn't he?
If that were me, you would have called that ball an ugly finder. Kipnis drills one to right field. Revere will make the catch, and that will end the inning. But the Indians come back to tie it on the homer by Chisenhall, and we're all even at 2 after 2. Stay tuned later in the game for Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite. For Minnesota here in the third, Ben Revere, Joe Mauer, and Josh Willingham due up. Ben Revere takes a strike over the outside edge. Nobody has been to the plate more times this year in Major League Baseball without a home run. Chops it to first, and Casey Kochman takes care of that one away. AT&T trivia question tonight. Take a look. Since 1961, the 3 Twins players have led the American League in runs batted in. We'll have the answer coming up later in the game. Joe Mauer, an RBI single his first time up. Takes a strike over the outside corner. Joe West says he did not go, and the count is 1-1. Rocky start for David Huff as he gave up a double, then a bunt single and an RBI single to this guy to start the game. Since then, he has only allowed one hit. And that was a ball that hit off the glove of Lonnie Chisenhall last inning. But Maurer strokes a single into right field and a one-out base runner for Minnesota here in the third.
Well, Joe Mauer now 2 for 2. Looked like he tried to throw this time, go in there. Does he get it in? Because the first base hit was away. He did. That ball was inside. Mauer turned on it. So he's got a base hit to left, now a base hit to right. Twins, both teams, 2 runs on 5 hits.
Josh Willingham struck out his first time up. Huff got him with a good changeup. And the off-speed pitch had him out in front again. Fastball down and away. Already rained out on the Big Apple, Yankees and Blue Jays. Also rained out in our nation's capital, where the Washington Nationals were to host the Dodgers tonight. It rained here probably starting about 4 or 5 o'clock this morning, and it didn't really stop until late this afternoon. Mets are also rained out at home against Philadelphia. The 1-2. A little bit low with it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Yankees and Nationals will both play double headers in their parks tomorrow because both teams are in the thick of the race. You got to play them all out.
ASAP.
Outside again, full count. Tigers lead Oakland 2-1 in their matchup tonight up at Comerica Park. Meanwhile, the White Sox are in Kansas City. They'll be underway shortly. So with 1 out, Maurer at first. The 3-2 pitch to Willingham has popped up sky high on the infield. Cabrera, Kipnis, now Kochman, and Kipnis will call ultimately and make the catch. 2 down.
Well, high school and college students get half-price tickets on select seating locations with valid student ID for student ID games presented by Taco Bell Doritos Locos Tacos. There are only 2 left. Thursday afternoon against the Twins, and then September 28th against the Royals.
Have you had the Taco Bell Doritos Locos Tacos?
No, I can honestly say I have not.
It's like eating a taco out of a giant Dorito shell.
So I take it you've had it and you
pretty
like
awesome.
it.
Thumbs up.
Was that a late stop drive-through on the way back home after a game?
Yeah. And maybe a few stops in between.
Or on the way to the park so you don't have to eat.
No, you know what? The problem with on your way to the ballpark is you got to worry about spilling it on your shirt.
That's true.
On the way home, you can slop it all up all you want. No big deal. It's going right in the washer when you get home anyway.
That makes sense.
Mama didn't raise no dummy. With Maurer at first and 2 down, an 0-2 count on Morneau. Broke his bat. Bloop to right. Chew on the move. And he'll make the running catch to end the inning. Middle of the third, we're tied at 2. And Asdrubal Cabrera will lead it off. Picked up an RBI with a ground out in the first. His 58th run knocked in on the year. Down and in with a breaking ball. 2-1. And Cabrera draws himself a walk. So the Indians have their leadoff man aboard for the second time tonight. And we'll check in once again. Here's Katie with him.
Thanks, Matt. Well, you can get your season tickets for next year right now. And if you do, make sure to take advantage of that new program, Tribe Awards. You get points to use them however you want. You can come to a pregame press conference. I'll be there. Or come to the ball game and throw out the first pitch. You can get more information by calling 216-420-HITS. Matt, Rick, back to you guys.
Carlos Santana takes a fastball for a strike on the inside corner. Santana was rung up on a fastball that leaked over the inside corner his first time up. And that's back out of play. Quick throw to first. Back safely with a dive is Cabrera. Another snap throw. Well, how about your Milwaukee Brewers?
My Milwaukee Brewers.
They're only 2.5 out in the wild card now in the National League.
They have played well.
Santana pops it up, foul, and out of play. They're in Pittsburgh tonight. They start the night with the exact same record as the Pirates. Remember how the Pirates were riding high, everything going right? They're just 2 games over 500 now.
Yeah, they had a slump their last 25 games or so. But they're still in the thick of things.
Yes,
they're
true.
tied with the Brewers, and they're playing each other tonight, so they've been able to keep themselves in it. And their goal, if not anything, I'm sure you'd love to get to the playoffs, but their goal would be finish over 500. It'd be the first time in a while, and nobody wants to think like that. Let's just finish 500. Right. That's no fun. But if you have a chance, you're in the hunt. It gives them a lot to shoot for. Baltimore, of course, in the same boat, but in a much better position because they're in the wild card hunt.
Yeah, just a half game behind the Yankees are the Orioles. They're out on the West Coast playing Seattle tonight.
Send along some birthday wishes. Grant Enders, it's a belated birthday. He is number 8. We got Vance Underwood from Perry, Ohio, turning 78. Maury Resnick of Shaker Heights turning 62. Jim and Mickey DeCrane is celebrating their 47th wedding anniversary.
Santana with a liner right to Jamie Carroll for out number 1. Our league leaders brought to you by your Cleveland Akron area Lexus dealers. And only the Orioles have done better in one-run games than the Indians this year. But the one thing you'll notice among all those teams, they've played in quite a few more one-run games.
Yeah, that's a lot of it.
But when the Indians have had their success formula working, that's usually been part of it. Get that lead, turn it over to that bullpen.
Yeah, it's not going to be offensive-minded. Oakland was in there. Baltimore, when they started the year, same boat. You know, they're not offensive juggernauts where they're going to outslug you. The Giants.
Yeah, the Indians haven't had enough of those come from behind where you win by one-run games.
Just like they did against Detroit on Sunday. Hard to do. I mean, what's that, their third win after trailing after 8.
Yep, 3-77. Brantley with a sky-high pop on a 2-0 pitch. And that's out number 2. Taco Bell Browns Red Zone returns Thursday night at 8. Wonder if they'll be eating Doritos Los Tacos. Anyway, Andre Knott and Mary Kay Cabot will take your calls and emails as the Browns prepare for Rick's Buffalo Bills. It's the Taco Bell Browns Red Zone Thursday night at 8 right here on STO. They're your Brewers. They're your Bills.
They're my Bills. You watch out. You're going to get a call from Pat and Frankie there if you don't be careful.
That was a good bounce back for Buffalo after the disaster they had in Week 1. The NFL, though, I mean, the one thing that the NFL has, it's worked well for them, was the dream of Pete Rozelle, and that's parity. And I mean, from week to week, you don't know what's up, what's down.
That's true.
Dallas beats up the Giants Week 1. They go to Seattle, and they get worked over like they were just an average team. So it's hard to figure. And speaking of the NFL, sad news today is Steve Sable died today at the age of 69. He was the visionary behind NFL Films, and for a generation of kids like me, we grew up watching NFL Films, and it was a big inspiration for me to want to even get into the television business because of the work he did. And certainly sad news, and changed the way a lot of Americans watch pro football. One on, 2 out, a 2-2 pitch coming to Russ Kanzler. Another throw to first. Boy, they've been keeping a close eye on Cabrera, even though they didn't get the memo. He doesn't run that often. 8 steals on the year, but they might be thinking this is a count that he'd be inclined to just take off on.
Well, you've waited this long. You might as well wait till 3-2.
And now we'll have it.
Yeah, now you can go.
Cabrera goes, and the 3-2 is swung on and missed. 3 complete. We are tied at 2. Bottom third of the Indians order coming up here against P.J. Walters. Ryan Domit bounced into a fielder's choice his first time up. Off-speed pitch, wouldn't chase. Well, Huff's done a nice job getting ahead, and really after the leadoff double by Span and the RBI single by Maurer, he's done a nice job.
Well, when he came in against the Twins in Minnesota, he did nothing but pound the strike zone. He threw 34 pitches, and he was unbelievable. He faced 10 hitters. He had a terrific outing. I mean, it was nothing but strikes.
That's his first walk tonight. And Minnesota gets their leadoff man aboard for just the second time tonight.
I was wondering how they would react that second time through. They were 4 for 8 that first time through the lineup, but now just one hit.
Yeah, since they started 3 for 3, they've gone 2 for 10. Trevor Plouffe grounded out his first time up, and he looks at a ball in the dirt. Just a little bit inside, and it's now 2-1. Fouled right back over the screen. Ron Gardenhire's Twins have been buried in the basement most of the season. They got off to a rocky start. Some injuries, some disappointing play.
Well, their injuries coming to their pitchers.
Yeah.
You know, Scott Baker, he had surgery. He missed the whole year. And
Lariano was just not good, not consistent. Ultimately dealt away.
Carl Pavano tried to pitch through some shoulder issues. And
hey, you know, the last game he pitched was against the Indians.
Right.
You got to go back to early June, so he's missed most of the year.
You know, they had a kid, Scott Diamond, who stepped up and is having a nice year for him. He's a rookie. They really they've had a look at a lot of young pitchers and everything that they have at the minor league level. You know, and they realize, hey, we need pitching. They need it. You mentioned it before. Teams with the fewest innings through starting pitchers are the Twins, the Indians, and Kansas City, all in the same division.
You know, and Rick, I don't know if it's any more disappointing, as that is fair down the left field line. Carroll kept it right inside the bag, Flying into third is Domet. He'll be held there as Carrera fires it in. And a double by Jamie Carroll on a ball that hugged the chalk right down into the left field corner.
I will say one thing. It's awfully tough to get a ball inside on guys with short swings. I mean, because Jamie Carroll, look at those his arms. He just puts a short swing on the ball. It's tough to get a ball by him inside. You're not going to jam him with a short swing. So he's able to get it down right over the bag at third base, down into the corner for a double. So it's second and third now. It'll give Escobar a chance to let the Twins retake the lead.
And Escobar had a bouncer that glanced off the glove of Lonnie Chisenhall his first time up. Went for an infield single. I was going to say, I don't know if it's any more disappointing, to have a season like the Indians where they spent 40 days in first place and end up here, or if you had a season like the Twins had where you never really got on track. I mean,
bottom line is
where they end up is really the ultimate goal. I mean,
well, that's right. That's what you're looking for.
Chisenhall spins, fires to first. They get the out, 2 down. A run scores, and Minnesota regains the lead at 3-2, and Escobar has his 5th RBI. Let's go back right now to the Hyundai Studios for an in-game update with Al Pulaski.
Hey, Matt and Rick, big game tonight in the American League in Detroit. The Tigers and A's, and here Miguel Cabrera in the bottom of the third inning continues to build his MVP resume, his 39th home run of the season. Detroit leads Oakland 3-1. They're now in the top of the 4th inning in Motown. Matt?
All right, thanks, Al.
When you walk away from it, the bottom line is you look at the final product. That's 162.
Yep.
Now, to answer your question, I don't know which is better. I'd at least want to spend some time at first place and have some fun. We had fun for 2 months.
Right, but I'm saying, is it more disappointing that way? Is it more, geez, how did this happen?
I guess it is. It probably is more disappointing. Yes. Yes. I would think so, because you had the taste of it for a little while. Then all of a sudden, I've never seen it fall so quickly.
I think a lot of it has to do with just, expectations. And I talked to Mike Hargrove about this, and he managed the team that had the awful, what was it, early 90s,
91. He took over in 92.
Yeah. But he was there in 91, was he?
Yeah, he was a coach,
yeah
for McNamara.
And he said the thing with that team is that there were no expectations. He said, we were bad from the get-go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas, so your expectations were, it's going to be a long year, guys. So, whereas when you're up there at the top of the standings and you end up here, it just takes on a whole different feel. Twins regain the lead. They are on top 3-2, middle of the 4th. Lonnie Chisenhall to lead it off for the Indians, and he looks at ball one outside.
Well, he's certainly not going to throw him another fastball after he did the damage his first at bat, so he starts him off with a breaking ball and misses. Change up. Now turn it around and look for that fastball again.
Hard ground ball to second baseman Jamie Carroll. One away. Casey Kochman coming up now. Let's take a look at our minor league update brought to you by University Hospitals. And Bryce Stoll turning in a very solid season out of the Akron Arrows bullpen, a 3.72 ERA. 22nd round pick 4 years ago out of UC Irvine. Kochman bounced the ball between third and short his first time up. This time he pops one to center. And Span, after getting a bit of a late break, might have something to do just about how the wind is pushing the ball around. But he's there, 2 down. Join Jim Donovan, Doug Deacon, Mary Kay Cabot tomorrow for the GMC Berea Report. They'll provide injury updates and the latest news from Berea. The GMC Berea Report tomorrow night at 11:30 right here on STO. Sliced foul out of play. 0-2 the count on Carrera. White Sox jump out to an early 1-0 lead against Kansas City, while the Tigers continue to lead Oakland 3-1 in the fourth.
Got to send along our last birthday tonight. Kevin Flagman from San Francisco, California. His birthday. Big Indians fan. Good friend of our own, John Krepop. Boys used to go camping together.
There's a fly ball to center field, and Denard Span will make the grab. 1, 2, 3. Go the Indians, and we go to the fifth. 3-2 Minnesota. Locations in Northeast Ohio. By Levin's, home of the Sealy Posturepedic mattress made right here in Northeast Ohio. By Kia, Cleveland.com. And by First Merit Bank. (3-2) our score as we go to the fifth inning. And Ben Revere to lead it off. Bunt single and a run scored his first time up. Grounded to first his last trip to the plate.
Well, Manny has his bullpen going, so we're wondering if this could be the last inning for David Huff.
Well, he's just over 70 pitches on the night. Two and one to count. Chris Seddon up, and you see Frank Herman grabbing a baseball as well. Out of play. 2-2. Just missing outside a full count.
That's down and away.
The 3-2 smashed up the middle, backhanded by Kipnis, and throws him out and one away. Our recap brought to you by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. In the third batter of the game, Joe Mauer gave Minnesota a 1-0 lead when he drove home Denard Span with that base hit. As Drupal Cabrera got the Indians on the board with that RBI groundout, cut the Twins' lead in half, and then Lonnie Chisenhall tied it up with a solo blast to the bullpen before Minnesota regained the lead on an RBI groundout in the fourth. Find out about more than 30 Toyota offers available now at buyatoyota.com. Mauer, 2 trips, 2 singles. Kansas City has come right back on Chicago in the bottom of the first inning with 2 runs to take a 2-1 lead over Chicago.
Now you can certainly tell Mauer sees David Huff very well. He showed you his numbers, 11 for 22 in his career against him. David right over the top, but as a lefty-lefty, he sees him very well. He's taking pitches just off the outside edge.
That curveball caught the outside corner.
That's a good pitch, 3-1. But when you have the count in your favor, he's looking fastball. If you don't get it, you take it. It ended up being a great pitch, but he didn't have to swing at it, and he gets one more crack at him.
And another breaking ball is sliced foul. Look out down there. Oh, base hit into right field, and Mauer is 3 for 3.
Same pitch he hit last time.
I was going to say, he tried to go in there again, and he just turned on it.
He went 3-1 breaking ball. He threw a 3-2 breaking ball. He fouled off, tried to go inside thinking he's looking breaking ball again. He smokes it. I bet you it's the exact same pitch as it was the last time.
Sure.
I mean, if you pull him up on replay, back-to-back, and the first time up, everything was away. He went to left field. This guy, I'll tell you what, he's not out of the batting title yet. With 2 weeks to play, he's up to about 325.
But David Huff is out of the game. Manny Acta will go to the bullpen with 1 on, 1 out here in the 5th. leaves after 4 1/3 innings. And Chris Seddon on for the 12th time this year. Seddon, no wins, a loss, ERA 4.10. Huff allowed 3 runs on 7 hits, walked 1, struck out 3 in his 4 1/3. He is responsible for Joe Mauer, the runner at first base. Josh Willingham will be the batter. He's 0 for 2 on the night. And Seddon misses down low for ball 1. So you still think Mauer can catch Miguel Cabrera?
I don't put it out of reach. He's about 325 right now. Cabrera, I think, has a couple of hits tonight. I'm saying it could be close. There's still 2 weeks to go. Cabrera is at 332 right now, and I think we got Mauer at 325.
Yeah.
So, you know what? This guy can put together some hits. He's 3 for 3 tonight. I'm just saying, don't count him out.
Derek Jeter, Mike Trout also in the mix. High fly ball, center field. Back is Michael Brantley. 2 down. All right, let's get the answer to that AT&T trivia question. Looking for Twins who have led the AL in RBI.
It's got to be Harmon Killebrew one. I know Larry Heisel did it back in the 70s. Who was after him?
Kirby Puckett.
Okay.
Justin Morneau steps in. Drove in a run on the first with a sac fly. Fly to right his last time up. Hits one right back up the middle. And it's through. On his way to third goes Joe Mauer.
He couldn't have rolled that ball out there any better. I mean, it was like slow motion. Just got through the infield. Perfect placement. Mauer able to go to third base. First and third now with 2 outs. Right off the end of the bat. And they were playing in the pole. Cabrera couldn't get over there. There's the defensive. The umpire had the best shot at it. He should have fielded it. Mauer goes to third.
Inning stays alive for Ryan Domit. 0 for 1. He walked and scored his last time up. Line drive left field. Carrera will make the catch. That'll end the inning. Twins get no runs, 2 hits, 2 left stranded. Middle of the 5th, they lead it 3-2. Top of the order for the Indians, Chu, Kipnis, Cabrera. P.J. Walters, 66 pitches through the first 4 innings. He's retired the last 6 Indians in a row.
Well, let's see how he does his third time through the lineup. He has struggled this year with the lineups third time through. Teams have 18 for 45, which equates out to a 400 average, and has given up 5 home runs. And he's had his success the second time through like he did tonight. So this will be a good point to see if they make the adjustment. This is a guy that's 88, 89 miles an hour, nothing overpowering, a little breaking ball, curveball, and a changeup.
From the 5th inning on this year, Walters has given up 17 runs in 13 2/3 total innings. So he's a guy who struggles early, settles in, and then they probably will have the bullpen ready.
Well, you would think they would with the way it's gone so far to this point. And if you've got a guy that's like that, a lot of times you look at guys and say, hey, you're not going to be a starter. You know, this is where they're taking a look to see if this guy can start for them. But if you get to about that 5th inning and run out of gas, especially after giving it up early and have to work hard, starting may not be for you.
Trying to remember back, is that kind of what happened with Jose Mesa, in that he had a great arm, but as a starter, not enough pitches to go through lineup 2 and 3 times?
I would think so.
You know, hey, let this
he
guy
had
just
a good fastball,
turn it loose for an inning. Yeah. Three and 2 the count for Chu, as he tries to get something started here in inning number 5. He singled and scored in the first for the Indians. And Lonnie Chisenhall homered with 1 out in the second. Bouncer up the middle. Backhanded by Carroll. From the outfield grass, able to plant hard and throw him out. 1 down.
See, that ball hits him in the heel, but soft hands. He's able to catch it and throw Chu out at first base.
Jason Kipnis singled in the first, fly to right his last time up. And that's Drupal Cabrera waiting on deck. And another stab by Jamie Carroll. 2 away.
He can spend some time with the Indians next spring in Arizona, whether it's a week-long or a weekend trip. Indians travel packages will fit your schedule. You can create your own mini game plans or go for the all-inclusive trips with player meet and greets. Go to Indians.com or call 216-420-HITS for all the details.
Up the middle again, Jamie Carroll, Johnny on the spot, makes the play. 1, 2, 3 go the Indians, and P.J. Walters has retired 9 in a row.
Yahoo Bucks $5 discount coupons for the Subway Extreme Fan Zone to an upcoming home game. It's the place to be for a chance to win Subway gift cards, Indians fun money, and get great discounts on your next Subway purchase. Subway, where winners eat.
Twins on top 3-2. And the Indians go back to the bullpen after Chris Seddon worked 2/3 of a scoreless inning. Frank Herman will be the third Indians pitcher to work tonight.
Well, and they've got some more action out there in the bullpen, so you can tell it's a September game. Everybody's warming up. We're in the 6th inning. This will be pitcher number 3.
First ball swinging. Trevor Plouffe pops it up on the infield, and Asdrubal Cabrera will make the grab at short. One away. Back to the studios one more time. Here's Al Pulowski.
All right, Matt, let's go to Kansas City. Royals taking on the White Sox. Chicago had an early 1-0 lead, but here in the bottom of the first, Billy Butler drives in 2 with this base hit to right. That's been it thus far. They're in the 3rd inning. Kansas City a 2-1 lead over Chicago at Kauffman Stadium. Matt?
All right, thanks, Al. Jamie Carroll looks at a fastball up high. Carroll doubled over the bag at third, down into the left field corner his first time up. At the knees, a fastball in there. Did he go? He did not. Carroll, liner to left. Carrera racing in to make the catch. 2 down. Fouled out of play. Eduardo Escobar, infield hit and an RBI. Fastball right at the letters, top of the strike zone for a strike in the count. 0-2. Oh, you talk about spiking one in the dirt. About a 49-footer.
Yes, he did. He spiked it, and everybody got out of the way. First thing he did. Look at that. That's a spiked curveball. That first finger, and that's named properly. He spiked it right in front of home plate.
That barely made it onto the skin part of the infield in front of the home plate area there. Up the middle it goes.
Came right back with another one, though.
And a good inning for Frank Herman as he sets him down 1-2-3. Bottom of the 6th coming up 3-2 Minnesota. And here in the bottom of the 6th inning, it will be Carlos Santana, Michael Brantley, and Russ Kanzler. Santana 0 for 2. He has been called out on strikes, and he lined out to second base. The Indians kept Jamie Carroll busy in the 5th inning. He was in on all 3 defensive putouts. That's ripped to right. Over to try and cut it off his Revere. He will. And that holds Santana to a long leadoff single.
Well, he falls behind Carlos 2-0, and Carlos looks for his pitch and gets it and drilled it to right field. It was a low fastball. Revere able to cut it off. It's hit number 9 now. Or excuse me, hit number 6 for the Indians.
And we'll bring up Michael Brantley, who has flied to left and popped up on the infield tonight. Santana with a hit in 6 straight. Takes his lead at first. Left-hander Brian Dunsing up in the Minnesota bullpen. .50 out of the 86 pitches that P.J. Walters has thrown tonight have been strikes. And that's a line drive single into right field. Santana will have to stop at second because that got to Revere in the blink of an eye. And now the Tribe with back-to-back hits has 2 on with nobody out. And those back-to-back hits have come after Walters retired 9 Indians in a row.
Yeah, he hasn't made good pitches. He fell behind Santana, and Santana got a nice pitch to his liking. He left that ball up in middle of the plate for Brantley, and he smoked it. So back-to-back singles. They got a great start to this inning. Out comes the pitching coach, and they've got the left-hander warm. This will probably be his last hitter. You have Kanzler, and then you've got the left-handers, Chisenhall, who's had 2 good at-bats tonight, Kochman and Carrera. So the lefties to follow. There's Dunsing.
Russ Kanzler will be the batter, and he's had a rough night. He has struck out in both plate appearances against Walters. Low fastball for ball 1. And a ground ball single into left field. Santana coming around third will be held right there. Willingham got off a perfect throw to the cutoff man. And the Indians have loaded the bases on 3 straight singles here in the 6th inning. And that in all likelihood will be the end of the line for P.J. Walters.
Again, missed his location. He was sitting away. He went back inside. So again, Walters can't come out and answer the bell in the 6th inning. He gives up 3 straight singles. That's going to do it for him. They're going to the bullpen. The left-hander is ready. Dunsing, after retiring, as you said, 9 straight. It's 3 straight hits, and his night is over.
And a chance for the Indians to regain command of the game.
Brian Dunsing coming on. 51st time this year. He is 4-10.
As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite, and Lonnie Chisenhall launched that home run deep into the Indians' bullpen for his 5th home run of the season, 2nd since he's come off the DL, and both have come since he's come off the DL against the Minnesota Twins. He's up here with the bases loaded and nobody out.
Well, he's got a chance to have a big night here.
Got a piece fouled off.
Dunsing this year has pitched very well against the Indians. He's 2-0. He's pitched 6 1/3 innings, giving up 4 hits. He's not allowed an earned run, but now he's got 3 inherited runners right here. He's trying to minimize the damage with nobody out.
And Lonnie fouls that into the Twins' dugout, so 0-2. Santana, the runner at third. Brantley at second. Kanzler at first. Ran it up way out of the strike zone. Lonnie not about to chase that.
No, that's just taking his eye. That was really a wasted pitch by Dunsing. He's trying to change his eye level a little bit because he's able to get ahead of him. See if he, I would think he wants to try and get him to chase that breaking ball away.
He got him. First out of the inning.
Got him to get after that slider. That's the key. If you can get ahead of the hitter, you don't really have to throw him a strike. It wasn't that bad of a pitch, but Chisenhall comes up empty. That's out number 1. Now they can play for a double play in the middle part of that field. That's what they're out talking about now.
Casey Kochman just 1 for 14 on the year in bases loaded situations.
Well, whatever they went out and discussed, Maurer wasn't happy with it. I mean, on that very first pitch, so he goes out and has a talk again with him.
Kochman and Santana are tied for the most at-bats in bases loaded situations for the Indians this year. One ball, 1 strike. And now the count 1-2. Tribe down a run, 3-2 here in the 6th inning. Chisenhall was down 0-2. Kochman down 1-2. And it's low to even it up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Line to third at 8 up, poof! And the Indians will tie the game as everybody advances 90 feet.
I think that got him on the bare hand.
Santana comes home to tie it. Plouffe is smarting there at third.
No doubt that got him. That ate him up is right. You know, he didn't. I don't know if his glove, he didn't know which way to put it, but he's looking down at that hand, and I don't know if it's drawn any blood, but let's see. On a line drive, oh, yeah, he thought he was going to catch it.
I think it got him on the thumb.
It might have. It might have. I'd be surprised if he stays in there because he didn't get any leather on that ball. It was all hand. Now they're saying, hey, you got some feeling in there? Squeeze my hand.
He says he's all right.
That's going to take a little bit, boy. That's a stinger. Boy, the Indians catch a break right there. You figure that's a line drive. They weren't going to get a double play for anything because I don't think any of the runners went anywhere. But you'll see it. Boy, it got one of the fingers or something in that hand. It's a line drive.
You're right. It went right either over the top or just underneath his glove. He never got leather on it.
No, he did not. I don't know if he lost that ball, Matt, or what, but that approach, it was right there to catch. I mean, normally that glove's out there. I don't know. It went off his hand, but it's a break for the Indians. They tie the game up. They keep the bases loaded.
And is an error charged to Plouffe. So no hit for Kochman, though he did hit the ball hard in that situation. And the Indians have tied the game. They still have them loaded and still only one out. Ezekiel Carrera flied to center his last time up.
For the bunt play, too, around here with the left-hander on the mound. He's going out of the stretch. His back is to Brantley at third base. Well, forget that. Down 0-2.
So Dunsing came in with the bases loaded and nobody out. He had Chisenhall 0-2. He had Kochman down 1-2. And now he's got Carrera down 0-2.
That's why he came into the game. They had him ready for the left-handers, and he's done his job.
There's a tapper to Carroll. There's one. And safe at first. The Indians take the lead. Another close play at first base. And in the last two games on this homestand, the Indians have gotten the better of it on those bang-bang plays at first. And Carrera able to pick up an RBI by beating it out. And the Indians now are on top 4-3.
Well, you can see that not hit hard enough. I thought they were going to be able to turn it, but Carrera gets down the line. He does beat it out. They don't turn it. His speed ends up giving the Indians a lead. And he did beat it. There's no question about that one. So the error kept the inning alive, gave them a run. They were able to take advantage of it. Both those runs will be charged to Walters.
Nails the corner with that pitch, 1-1. Russ Kanzler now the runner at third base with 2 down. And it's 2-1 for Chu. Swung on and missed. 2 balls, 2 strikes. with 2 on and 2 out here in inning number 6. Carrera takes off, and it's low, full count. Jason Kipnis waiting on deck. 7th steal for Carrera. Dunsing with a payoff pitch. And Chu, a check swing foul. In some ways, this can be a tough spot for a guy like Chu because even though Dunsing isn't up there with the intention of just putting him on, he does have first base open, so he doesn't have to give in to him right here.
No, you're right. He goes after and makes his pitch, the one that he wants to make. I think eventually they want to get him out with the slider away. Got him with the fastball.
Fastball right by him. But the Indians rally back. They load him up with nobody out. They get 2 across. They lead it 4-3.
College students, we've got half-price college student ID night coming up. All you need to do is bring that student ID with you to get those ticket prices. It's September 20th and the 28th. While you're out here, make sure to take advantage of those classic combo deals. Only $8. You can get a hot dog, popcorn, and a Pepsi, or a brat and a beer. It is available at all of the concession stands. Indians.com right now to get your tickets. Matt, Rick, back to you guys.
Thanks, Katie. 4-3 our score. Tribe in front. Cody Allen will come on now to pitch here in the 7th inning. He's got the top of the order to deal with.
But the Indians with a 1-run lead now. 2 unearned runs. They scored back in the 6th inning.
Denard Span, 1 for 3, doubled and scored in the first. Lines one towards center field. Brantley on the move, can't get to it. It actually dropped more in front of Carrera. That ball was slicing away from Michael. Yeah,
it wasn't hit as hard as it was. It was a little more to left field.
So the Twins come right back to get their leadoff man aboard.
That's a pitch that was elevated. Although it may have gotten in on him a little bit, but he fights it off, gets a base hit.
And Revere, who had a bunt single back in the first, steps up. It looked like he wanted to bunt at that one, but pulled it back and took a strike.
Well, these guys got a combination. They can do whatever they want. Good speed, span, that can steal a base at first. Revere can handle a bat with a bunt, hit and run, slash hitter. They've got their chances to do whatever they want.
Santana back to the screen. Can't get to it, though.
Well, they won't be bunting any longer. Way too far back for Santana.
Fastball misses outside, 1-2.
It's a good pitch, though, with a running fastball like that. 0-2 count, because if Span did want to steal, it's a good pitch to come up and throw on as well if you're Santana.
Got him looking. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. One down. Boy, that's one of those, you know, if you're Ron Gardenhire, if you're the Twins, you're going, okay, you didn't get the bunt down. That's okay. That happens. But how do you end up taking a pitch right down the pipe,
I know it. Well, he did. Instead of protecting and trying and putting it in play, I don't know if he was looking. Somebody talking to him right now.
That's Ron Gardenhire.
That's right. Skipper's right over there. That's exactly what he's talking about. He's going through his thought process. But you know what I like there? That's the teaching on the job. That's fresh in his mind, coming off the at-bat. He no longer gets his helmet off. His manager's in his ear talking to him.
Mauer takes a fastball over the outside part of the plate for strike one. One ball, one strike. That fastball didn't miss by much. Right back to the screen. And now 1-2 as Allen jumps ahead. Detroit pulling away from Oakland, 6-1 Tigers. They're in the sixth inning at Comerica Park.
Did you see where Scherzer left that game in the second inning? Shoulder tightness.
Yeah, I'm sure that's got them all holding their breath. Kansas City leading the White Sox 2-1. They're in the fifth inning up at Kauffman.
Yeah, he's been their best pitcher for the last, I'd say, 5 weeks or so?
Missed outside with the off-speed pitch, and it's 2-2.
This is the guy you want. He can roll over into a few double plays now. Cabrera leads the league in that department, but Mauer's right there. Mauer's grounded into 22.
Runner goes. Throw down. Not in time. It was close, but the speed of Span, able to beat the throw, and that's his 15th steal of the year.
That's the one thing they did very well back in Minnesota was run on the Tribe and on their pitchers. But he waited. It was much closer than you see, but still a 3-2 count. What that does is take the double play out of order. When you have guys that can steal bases, you can run it on a 2-2 count, but average base stealers are guys you don't run. They stay put until you maybe get a 3-2 count, because Mauer's got such a good eye. He will take a pitch and give that guy a chance if it's not a strike.
Cody Allen wasn't quite sure what Santana called, so he's going to have him go through it again. With that runner at second base, different set of signs.
Minnesota this year has stolen 22 bases against the Indians in 22 attempts.
That'd be perfect.
Yes.
Fastball ran wide. So Cody Allen's in a little bit of trouble here. 2 on, 1 out. Josh Willingham coming up. Try protecting a 1-run lead. Willingham has hit into 14 double plays on the year. So he's another candidate. But he's also a guy that tends to get the ball in the air. He has popped up flied out tonight. Ground to third by Chisenhall. Coming around third with the tying run is Denard Span, and we're back to even at 4 apiece.
Well, I'll tell you what, the harder you throw for Willingham, the better it is. He loves it. And I'll tell you, it didn't take him long. That first pitch he got to his liking, drilled it into left field, and we have a tie game. And that location, you can see it's middle, it's belled high. Gets over the glove, and I mean hit hard past Chisenhall into left field. See that hop that it took? It took a wicked hop. RBI 106 now for Willingham. Tie ball game is still first and second. That's going to do it for Cody Allen.
Justin Morneau's coming up, and Scott Barnes is now into the ball game for the Tribe. Left-hander working for the 13th time this year. No wins or losses. ERA of 5.40. He has struck out 11 but walked 7 and allowed 17 hits in his 15 innings of work. Justin Morneau drove in a run in the first with a sac fly. He had a base hit his last time up.
Well, he's done a lot of damage. He has 20 RBIs this year against the Indians, which we showed you the stat earlier, ties the killer, Harmon Killebrew, for 1 year. He's got a couple more out there. This guy, I mean, if you talk to Indians fans or you'd want to talk to us, we'd say Justin Morneau is back the way he played against the Tribe this year. 76 ribbies, 20 of them coming against us.
Yeah. He's been like his old self against Indians pitching. And he wraps this one to Kipnis, to Cabrera, on to Kochman, inning over. 7th inning stretch brought to you by the Cleveland Clinic and a free walking program, Let's Move It, Mondays at Progressive Field and the Metro Park Zoo. Visit letsmoveit.org for more information. Look in from our Panini camera. Stop by and get overstuffed at Panini's Bar and Grill. Brian Dunsing got a couple of strikeouts to get out of the 6th inning and should have gotten out of the inning without giving up a run. But the error committed by third baseman Trevor Plouffe allowed the Indians to score 2 unearned runs. Now Jason Kipnis, 1 for 3 on the night, looks at the ball down low. Bunted it foul. 1-1 count.
Chicago tied that game up in Kansas City 2-2.
Yeah, in the 6th inning. Kipnis, a little squibber off the end of the bat. Plouffe will throw him out, showing no ill effects after he took that line drive off his throwing hand. Jim Donovan, Doug Deacon, Tony Grossi return Thursday night for Sunday's strategy. Browns take on the Buffalo Bills. Buffalo fresh off a 35-17 win over Kansas City. Ryan Fitzpatrick has thrown for 5 touchdown passes this year. How about C.J. Spiller taking over for Fred Jackson? He's averaging 10 yards per carry.
Ouch.
And, of course, they've got to contend with Mario Williams on the defensive side. Don't miss Sunday Strategy Thursday night at 7 right here on STO. Asdrubal Cabrera, an RBI back in the 1st. He walked in the 3rd, bounced out in the 5th. And a swing and a miss. It's 2-1. And he chased one. It looked like ball 3 at least in that situation. Instead, it's 2-2. Your Milwaukee Brewers are shutting out Pittsburgh 4-0 in the 7th. They've racked up 10 hits in that game. It's low, a full count. Dunsing ready, and the payoff pitch. Out of play. Carlos Santana will be next. He is 1 for 3 on the night. And a line drive base hit in the left field for Cabrera. So his persistence pays off. A wide turn, but he'll hold with a 1-out single. You could tell he had that kind of look of determination when he went up early in that bat that he wanted to try to get himself a hit, if not do some damage. As the at-bat wore on,
he left that curveball up there. But you're right. He wanted to get it. He got it. That's hit number 9 for the Indians.
But the only extra base hit tonight for the Tribe was the home run hit by Lonnie Chisenhall with the bases empty in the 2nd inning. That's what they could use right now as a gap shot. And Santana takes a strike. Casey Feen, the right-hander, up in the Minnesota bullpen. There he is. Dunsing's already made 30 pitches. And a double play, ball to short. 6-4-3. We'll go to the 8th. All tied at 4.
Is presented by the authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians.
Our score, and we roll to the 8th inning with Vinny Pistano coming on now for the Indians. He's the 6th Indians pitcher to work here tonight.
Yeah. David Huff went 4 1/3. Chris Seddon 2/3. Herman went an inning. Allen 1/3 of an inning. Barnes came out and got the double play ball. And now it is Pistano in a 4-4 ball game.
Ryan Doman walked and scored back in the fourth. Off the end of the bat foul, it's 0-2. And Pistano sets, he fires, and it's ripped to right field. Chu can't cut it off. And then it kicks wildly to the right on him and into second base easily with the double.
Boy,
is Doman.
For Vinny, an 0-2 pitch, he left him a hanger. He's got to be upset with himself there. He made a big mistake. He had him down in the count. Now they're going to pinch run for Doman. 31st double this year. Watch it. A hanging breaking ball. Boom. Out over the plate. And he got a piece of it. 0-2. He said thank you very much. So Minnesota starts this eighth off with a leadoff double.
Darren Mastriani has come on to run for him, Rick.
Well, that kid can fly.
Go with
so
some
you
speed
keep your
here.
eye on him. Yes. We saw this kid go down the line at first base in Minnesota. He can run, so someone's going to have to pinch him and keep him close to second base. And they've already talked about it.
And Trevor Plouffe 0 for 3.
He has 20 stolen bases this year. And that's probably, I think, one of the toughest things to do, to come into a ball game and you're a pinch runner. Not that he has to steal a base here, but come in and, you know, if you say he's at first base and steal a base after you've been sitting all game.
Yeah, it's not you're just not in the flow of the game. I mean, mentally you might be, but like you said, you've been sitting there.
Yeah, well, he's not, like I said, not ready to steal a base, but you better keep your eye on him. Cabrera right in his back pocket.
Right up the middle, Pistano grabs it. He hesitated to throw, and they still got him.
That's just a great play by Vinny. He caught it well, and I mean, he took a base hit away from Plouffe. Not only would he have gotten him over, but there's really nothing you can do right here. If you're Mastriani, this is going to be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. It's just a great play by Pistano, and he was caught out in the middle of nowhere. He sends it back and gets rid of that ball, and you can see he did get him. He could not extend the right arm. It got caught underneath him. So Pistano, nice play, forced him back to second base. Cabrera there for the tag. They do get him. They get the lead runner. Nicely done.
Well, you're right there. You know, that's a situation where as a base runner you're taught to freeze. I mean, even if he freezes, I don't know that he still would have been able to get back.
No, you know what? There's a play that if the pitcher catches it, and sometimes when you're out there, they say, make sure the ball gets past the pitcher. It was a bullet.
Well, your eyes deceive you. You think he didn't catch that, did he?
No, I know it.
Oh,
And Vinny
yes, he
didn't
did.
know he caught it. But and then you take that first step. Your main objective is trying to get to third base. He's out there to pinch run. And Pistano made the play. He's the one that set up the whole package.
Speaking of pinch run, we're going to get another pinch runner. Trevor Plouffe will exit. And let's see who's on the run for him. Alexi Casilla.
Another guy that can steal bases. And we told you about the Twins. 22 for 22 in stolen bases against the Indians this year.
Well, he might be trying to steal a base right here.
Casilla could. He's stolen 17 out of 18 on the year. This play here is all Vinny Pistano. I mean, you tip your cap. He made a mistake on the 0-2 pitch, allowing the double to Doman. But I'll tell you what, he made up for it right there, making that play, picking that ball, throwing back to second base, and getting the out. We can hear you.
So can everybody else here
That's
tonight.
what I'm saying. Big Mike.
Yeah, you put yourself in Darren Mastriani's shoes for a moment. You sit on the bench all night. You
Been
finally get into the game to pinch run, and you're out there for about 30 seconds before you get.
Well, at least you didn't get picked off. I mean, there's really that's a really difficult play for him. Like you say, you're not into the flow of the game, and even if you're playing, I don't care who's out there, you're going to get caught.
Like you said, that's just an outstanding individual effort by Vinny Pistano, and he was still steamed at himself for giving up the 0-2
Yes, he was.
hanging slider.
Yes, he was. Another 0-2 pitch coming. It's tough to run on an 0-2 pitch, too, trying to steal, because you've got two things you can do. You could afford to pitch out if you want, which right here in this situation I don't like. You can throw a high fastball up and away, which acts almost like a pitch out there. Mm-hmm. That puts a lot of pressure. The one thing a pitcher can do in a running situation is get ahead of the hitter, because that takes a little bit of the aggressiveness away from the base runner.
Just missed the outside corner. Now the 2-2. Right back over the screen.
Jamie Carroll's a tough out.
Well, that's the one thing we remember about him when he was here. He
never gives away an at-bat.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He makes you earn it if you're going to get him out.
That's right. He makes you get him out. He doesn't give up an out.
Runner was going, and Carroll just slashed it, and that's how he can drive that pitcher crazy. And you talked about it when he doubled with those short arms and that short stroke he has. It's just playing pepper with the ball.
Yeah, he's not trying to do too much. He's just protecting that runner with 2 strikes. He waited. That ball was a perfect pitch, so he's just going to slap it. The runner was off and running. Not that he had a good jump, but he's got 2 strikes. He can't take anything close. He has those hands in so close to his body. You got him to get a swing at a pitch off the plate, which he's not going to do. Now you're going to start the runner for sure, 3-2 with Carroll hitting. And his job here, don't be surprised if he just tries to beat it and hit it on the ground just so he can get to second base and give that next guy an opportunity.
The old Butcher Boy swing. Chop it down. Fouled back.
So he got 6 foul balls in this at-bat.
This will be the 10th pitch of the at-bat. And another foul out of play. If he could really locate a fastball just above the belt, maybe let her high, I think that would be a pitch that he might get him to swing through on.
What's that?
Elevate that fastball, maybe let her high.
Yeah, but it's also a pitch that you can foul off, too. That one.
Popped him up.
He got the pop-up, though. Good call.
Santana called off by Chisenhall, who makes the grab. And we got 2 down. So Carroll finally retired after a pretty good battle with Vinny Pistano.
Well, Chisenhall came in a long way. I like the call. I like the aggressiveness. Anytime, if you're a third baseman, you have the opportunity to come in and help your catcher on a ball that's hit pretty high up in the air, do it. I think it's an easier play for Lonnie coming in. He calls him off. Santana gets out of the way. That's out number 2.
And especially on a night like this, as we pointed out before, you get some swirling wind in here.
Yeah.
The way it's whipping around makes it more difficult for that guy at home plate.
Parmalee getting the chance to pinch hit.
Chris Parmalee, left-handed hitter. Fouled right back. Every time he comes up, I want to say Bernie Parmalee. But remember the old running back from Miami?
Yes.
What did Tommy just say?
Ball State or something like that. He knows the college. What year was he born? Tommy Teflon.
The 0-1.
At least someone's listening to you. Oh, 2. Another boy, Vinny again. He's had 3 0-2 counts in this inning.
And the 2-strike pitch. Runner goes.
They knew
Pitch
it.
out. Throw down. Way off the mark. Oh, Santana's just beside himself at home plate.
Well, you know what? They guess right. The execution's there. The throw is bad. And give him the stolen base. There's nothing else you can do. Pistano gives him a good feed. He gets it shoulder high and just launches it. Not even close. So that's another stolen base. They're 23 for 23 now. But now you concentrate on the hitter. Don't worry about that throw. Get this third out here, and you won't have to worry about it.
Fouled out of play. Got him.
Yes, he did.
Nice job by Vinny Pistano to pick up his catcher and get out of the inning. And a nice job to pick up his defense with his own fancy leather work. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th, tied at 4. We've got some changes to tell you about now. Defensively for Minnesota, Jamie Carroll has gone from second base over to third. Pedro Floriman is now in the game at shortstop. And Alexi Casilla is in the game at second. Brian Dunsing is staying in the game. He's already made 31 pitches. And Ron Gardner might figure, well, we've already burned him for tomorrow anyway, so let's leave him out there to face at least Michael Brantley.
Well, he's got a couple left-handers. I mean, Kanzler's the second hitter up, but, you got Chisenhall, the foul, and the lefties, and that's who he came in for originally. So he has started some games this year. Dunsing has started 11 games on the year, so.
Fastball call, a strike. It's 2-1. Chopped by the mound. Casilla just into the game, flips it over, one away. Take a look at our in-game box score, brought to you by your Northern Ohio Hyundai dealers, who invite you to come see the all-new 2012 Sonata. Visit NorthernOhioHyundaiDealers.com today. Yeah, look at that for the Indians.
9 hits.
Everybody's got a
and
knock.
everybody's got one. They've got 1 home run and 8 singles.
Russ Kanzler had one of those hits back in the 6th that loaded the bases with nobody out. They didn't do it the conventional way, but the Indians did manage to squeeze 2 runs out of that. At the time, they took a 4-3 lead, but Minnesota came back to tie it in the 7th. High fly ball, left center. Willingham and Span. And Span makes the catch. Boy, I thought they were looking at each other like they were going to watch it drop between them. Willingham kind of gave up on it. It looked like Span was going to give up on it. They both can laugh it off now. As Span ultimately makes the catch. 2 away. And it will be Lonnie Chisenhall. Every time the Indians homer, we raise money for the Gathering Place, and thanks to Lonnie Chisenhall's homer, we're up to $7,500 on the year. Great needs, great deeds, great clips. Last time the Indians had a game in which all 9 starters had a hit was July 4th against the Angels, and the Indians routed the Angels in that game, winning it 12-3. Chris Perez ready in the bullpen. One and 2 the count on Chisenhall. Lonnie's homer back in the 2nd inning got the Indians back to even in this game. Brian Dunsing mowing them down out of the Twins bullpen here tonight. We will go to the 9th, all tied at 4. Chris Perez on for the 56th time this year. No wins, 4 losses. An ERA at 3.48. 59 strikeouts in 51 2/3 innings.
For Chris Perez, his last home appearance here coming August 30th against Oakland. It's been 6 home games.
Fastball strike. And a foul ball makes the count 0-2. Perez sets the 0-2 pitch. Outside with a fastball. Line drive, base hit, left field for Denard Span. Span's 3rd hit in the game. He has 2 singles, a double. He has scored 2 runs tonight.
This is the 5th time in 9 innings that Minnesota's had their leadoff man aboard.
All right, Rick, the last time Ben Revere was up, he was trying to bunt, but he did not. He was not successful, and he got a talking to in the dugout afterwards.
Look for it again. Unless they start the runner and start the hit and run.
That's what they did.
Sure.
Chops it on the ground. Bare hand grab and throw by Cabrera. They got him.
Wow, what a great play.
An incredible play by Asdrubal Cabrera. Ben Revere can't believe it at first base. But Cabrera with a bare hand grab and throw all in one motion. And Kochman with a nice pick at the other end to get him.
That's do or die for Cabrera. It was, look at, Chisenhall can't get there. Cabrera has only played bare hand, get rid of it, and he's safe. They might have caught a break right there. Nothing was said. I see their first base coach.
Oh, yeah.
White, he beat it out, but no, he couldn't believe it. Look at Ben Revere. He's upset. That was a nice play by Cabrera to even make it close. They'll walk Mauer.
I'll tell you what else. You know, Lonnie Chisenhall, as you pointed out, he chased after it initially, and then he tried to stop and get out of the way. I don't know how Cabrera threw it without hitting him.
I know it.
He was
tremendous
right
play
in his path.
He just flipped it underneath and got it over. It was do or die for Asdrubal. I mean, it was a beautiful play, but I thought he beat it out. But the Indians get the call, the intentional walk. Watch, he's going to cut off Cabrera. Here comes Cabrera. And there it is. He stops. And wow. I mean, from that angle,
I'm not
you're
sure
right.
how
Did
he
throw
got
it around him?
He might have thrown it around him.
He might have threw a slider over there.
Or he threw it through his armpit. I'm not sure. Mauer goes to first on the intentional walk. And Josh Willingham will be the better. Power versus power right here. Willingham 1 for 4 on the night.
Might be behind him. Let's take a look. There goes Chisenhall. He's coming in. That's behind him.
He did. He whipped it
He
around
went behind
him.
him. That's
wow.
you know what? Now that I see that throw and that play, that's unbelievable. I mean, that's just a terrific play and concentration by Cabrera.
Perez lets it fly. Up the middle it goes. Kipnis to Cabrera. They'll get the force there. 2 down. And Denard Span moves over to third base.
Well, now there's another guy here with an open base. Remember, you've got the open base with this guy at the plate.
And Darren Mastriani is the on-deck hitter now.
It may not be, second and third with first base open, but remember, there's nobody on second.
You kidding me? This guy's tied the all-time record for RBIs in a single season against you.
Well, let's see if they, just try and get them to swing at their pitch. Don't make a mistake.
Morneau cuts and misses as Perez with a nasty slider. He swung right over the top of it.
Yeah, he knows he's not going to give him anything. He's going to make him hit his pitch, and he realizes that, and he swings at a ball to begin with. So,
chop to first. Kochman with a flip. Perez takes it to the bag, and a nice job of working around that leadoff hit by Span. And we'll go to the bottom of the ninth, all tied at 4. Jared Burton, 58th appearance of the year. He's coming on after Brian Dunsing went 3 impressive innings out of the bullpen for Minnesota tonight.
Burton for the 58th time. He's had an opportunity at times this year for a save, 5 out of 8. 48 strikeouts in his 55 and a third. Coming on to face Kochman, Carrera, and Chu. Dunsing did a nice job. Remember, he came back in the 6th inning when the bases loaded, nobody out. Minimized the damage, made his pitches, but the Indians did get 2 in those frames to tie it up. Actually take the lead.
Casey Kochman, 1 for 3 on the night. And takes a slider for ball 1. And a ground ball up the middle. Fielded by Florimon, and he throws him out 1 away. The Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care post-game show comes your way immediately following tonight's ball game. We'll look back at the highlights. And we'll also look forward to Game 2 of this series tomorrow night. It all comes your way right after the ball game here on STO. Elsewhere, Chicago leads Kansas City 3-2. They're in the 8th at Kauffman Stadium. The Tigers are tattooing Oakland 12-2 in the 8th as Carrera, who had shortened a bunt, takes ball 1. Wow, Miguel Cabrera making a push not just for a batting crown, but a triple crown. Has 6 RBIs in that game, 2 home runs. He's at 40 homers, 129 ribbies, and a .333 batting average. Carrera bangs it right to Morneau, 2 away. Top of the order, Shin-Soo Choo. Choo tonight is 1 for 4. And if you look back over the last couple of years, he had really struggled against Minnesota pitching. In his previous 2 seasons combined, in 22 games against Minnesota, Choo was hitting 190 against Minnesota. This year, he's hit .339 coming into tonight's game.
Well, if you remember, that's when Maniacta made the decision to put him into the leadoff spot when we were back in Minnesota for the first time in May. And that's when he got going. Remember, we needed a little shake-up offensively, and they put him in that leadoff spot, and he hit there for about 80 games or so until he was moved back down to third, then now reinserted back into the leadoff spot. I don't know if that made him more aggressive, if it changed his approach, or what it did to him, but it certainly helped him out. Remember, he had the game-winning hit in his first game that he did hit leadoff in Minnesota in the 9th inning.
Base hit, yeah. Right center field. Jared Burton, the right-hander, delivers. And he misses inside, 2-1. Two-one pitch. Knocked him to the dirt. And it's 3-1. With Jason Kipnis due next. Ground ball to second, and Alexi Casilla will send us to extra innings, tied at 4. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's. Feed your wild side.
Well, when we look at extra innings, Minnesota's played 9 extra inning games. They are 6-3. The Indians have played 9 extra inning games. They are 3-6. So Smitty on now for the Indians for the 65th time. 7-4 record. This is the guy you want to keep off the base with his speed. He came into pinch run back in the 8th inning after the Ryan Domitz double. Then Vinny Pastano, what a beautiful play he made to take that snare, that one hopper back to the mound to get him out at second base with nobody out.
Mastriani down on the count, of ball and 2 strikes. And that sinker down and in, 2-2. Left-hander Glenn Perkins has joined Casey Fiend in the bullpen. There's a drive to deep center. Back is Brantley. On the track at the wall, and he makes a catch. Michael Brantley, a terrific job of concentrating as the ball in the wall, almost in a head-on collision.
Well, he got to that warning track, and he knew he was getting close to the wall, and he just didn't. I mean, as far as Mastriani goes, it was just a tad short. Michael, a beautiful catch right here, going up against the wall, held on, got it into the glove before he hit the wall. And that is out number 1 with his speed. If he doesn't catch it, automatic triple.
And now Alexi Casilla, 0 for 4 tonight. Pop to center. A little routine play.
We'll make this one a little easier.
Here's our Ford highlight reel, brought to you by your Northeast Ohio Ford dealers. Lonnie Chisenhall with a home run here tonight. That got the Indians back to even at 2-2. And Josh Willingham's base hit tied the game at 4. One ball, 1 strike for Jamie Carroll. Well, it's not over yet in Pittsburgh, but you talk about maybe the ultimate moment of frustration for them. They're about to be shut out. They have 2 hits in the game. And, hey, don't take anything away from Milwaukee. As bad as they were earlier, they're as good as anybody in the last month or so. But, you went from being right there, had it all right in front of you, and now you can't muster a run. You're shut out on 2 hits going into the last at bat.
Sometimes.
And they don't have a lot of experience on that team, and you do wonder, Rick, if all of a sudden you start, and I think we saw that back in, I want to say it was 04, 05 with the Indians. Those young players that were kind of had a chance maybe to get in the postseason, and they just squeezed the sawdust right out of the bat at the end of the year.
No, it's a learning process.
Two.
They've got the one guy there, Lawrence or McCutcheon.
Andrew McCutcheon.
Andrew McCutcheon that can, he's in the MVP race when you talk about it. I said
See,
Lawrence.
you dropped the football reference.
I
I went Bernie Parmalee. You went Lawrence McCutcheon. I love it. Yeah. Well, you're right. I mean, Pedro Alvarez, young player. McCutchen, young player. Sometimes you got to learn the hard way, as Joe Smith tells Jamie Carroll to go have a seat. 1, 2, 3. Go the Twins. We go to the bottom of the 10th. And we go to the bottom half of the 10th inning, and the Minnesota Twins go to their bullpen as Casey Fiend comes on for the 29th appearance of the year.
Fiend has pitched 3 1/3 innings against the Indians this year. He's not allowed a hit or a run. And for Fiend this year, 24 of his 28 appearances have been scoreless. He's a guy with pretty good control. He has walked 8, struck out 28. It's going to be Kipnis, Cabrera, and Santana for the Indians.
And a pitch to Kipnis in for a strike. Jason a single back in the first inning. Since then he's flied out, lined out, and grounded out. And a line drive, base hit in a right field for Kipnis. And the Indians get their leadoff man aboard to start the home half of the 10th.
Sounded like it might have broken his bat, but it goes down well. Off the end of the bat, a breaking ball. Kipnis drilled it to right field. Jason, his second hit of the night. The Indians with 10. That's the first time anybody has doubled up. They had 9 hits, and everybody in the lineup, the starting 9, had a base hit.
Outfield deep and a bit toward left for Cabrera. Asdrubal's a guy who, he's got some late inning dramatics in him. The thing you always wonder about in these situations, especially in the last, let's say, 15 years, Cabrera bounces one to second base and kicks away from Casilla. On his way to third goes Kipnis. And the Indians are poised to strike with a walk-off win for their second straight game after the boot by Casilla. Kipnis is 90 feet away. Cabrera aboard, nobody out.
Yes, indeed. Turned at least one out, if not a double play ball, into a game-winning situation. And I think they might have been able to turn it, but he couldn't field it cleanly. Kipnis going all the way to third base, so that's going to be the second error of the night by Minnesota, which cost them earlier in the ball game. Back in the sixth inning, it was the error on Plouffe that allowed 2 unearned runs, and the Indians got a chance here. I'm surprised. Let me see. Nobody out. They're going to go ahead and try and pitch to Santana.
Michael Brantley on deck. Infield in. Santana a chance to win it, 1 for 4 on the night.
Well, maybe, they figure they can maybe get Santana to swing and miss or strike him out. Normally you would try and load the bases and take your chances, but Brantley, a guy that puts the ball in play and makes contact.
They might try to take advantage of the aggressive nature of Santana.
The only thing I could think of.
Don't throw him a strike, see if he'll get himself out, that kind of thing.
Well, you've got to have faith in your young pitcher to do that.
Oh, he threw it by him, though, right there. Good fastball away.
That's what you're banking on, maybe, that he's going to try and be the hero here. And you can see that big swing on a ball away. He was dead pull and thought process there. You're just trying to get that man in from third. Game over.
Infield cut of the grass around the horn. The 1-1. Outside. What I was going to say before Cabrera put the ball in play, it seems more and more guys, you get it extra innings, they want to win it with one swing of the bat.
Yeah.
You start getting a little too aggressive. Trying to think, I want to end it right here.
Right. You remain patient. The pressure's on the defense. You've got the infield in. If he gives you something to handle,
down
you can
low.
do it.
3 balls and a strike, and I think Santana knows that they're only going to give him pitches that he can get himself out on. Nothing that they're really going to challenge him with. So unless he sees one coming right down the middle, you got to believe he'll be taken here. Unless Fiend misses his spot. The 3-1. High pop.
That's
shallow
not going
left.
to do it.
Nope.
Got greedy.
No, that's really shallow. And so Santana is out number 1. Just what we were talking about.
Got a little, he got a little greedy. He tried to pull a ball that was away. So that if you want to go after it, swing at it and try and drive it to left field. Again, you have a situation with the left-handed Brantley here. And Mauer's talking to him about the situation. You don't have to give him a good pitch. Michael, a guy that, he hits the ball where it is pitched, and maybe they're going to put him on and then go to the right-hander. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Now, because Brantley is grounded into only 6 double plays, he won't see a strike. But you'll go now. It's going to be Kanzler that's going to get an opportunity to win this game.
And the Twins outfielders will also have to play shallow.
Yeah, they're going to come in. Yeah, anytime you can. Now, you have good speed at third base. You've got to come in to the point where you feel I've got to catch that ball and be able to reach home with time to get Kipnis, and Kipnis can run.
So Brantley takes the intentional pass. Russ Kanzler comes to the plate. Ron Gardenhire will go to the mound just to make sure everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, he wants to talk to his pitcher.
Plus, you never know, Rick. We've seen other teams, go to a
five-man
infield.
Yeah.
But he's not going to. Doesn't look like he's going to pull somebody in.
Well, you can go for a double play with Kanzler hitting. with his speed, you can put the middlemen back and play for that double play. With Fiend going, a ground ball pitcher, if he keeps it in play, those two guys at the corners will be even with the bag and can cut it off. You can play for two and then turn it because he can't run, or it's below average. They had the double play ball on Asdrubal Cabrera, and it was booted for the second error of the night. It set this whole inning up. Now they really have to work to try and get their way through it, but with the Indians, with their second opportunity to win it here.
And that is the way they'll play it. They'll play the infield partway in, but enough so that should a ball be hit right at Florimon or Casilla, they could still turn a double play.
That's what they want to do because the speed of Kipnis here is going to dictate it. On the ground, Kipnis is off and running. He's off to the races. Come on back with anything in the air, and you can see how shallow the outfield is. They're all very shallow.
Russ Kanzler looks at a ball up high. Kanzler tonight, 1 for 4. He has singled. And his last time up, he flied to center. And the 1-0 swung on and missed. Pretty good fastball. And we're even at 1-1. In the bottom of the 10th, tied at 4. The Indians have them loaded with 1 out. Casey Fiend lets it fly, and Kanzler a swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kipnis the winning run at third base. And the 1-2 pitch is popped up behind the plate and out of play. Maniac has seen this all too often this year. The Indians get a bases loaded situation, whether it be early in the game or late in the game, and just hard to take advantage of it. Earlier, they scored 2 runs, but it took an error by their third baseman, Trevor Plouffe, to open the doors for that to happen. Yesterday, or I should say Sunday's hero, Lonnie Chisenhall, waiting on deck. The 1-2. High pop. Another shallow pop to right. Revere makes the catch. Kipnis tags. He can't get home. No chance. Even though the throw was a little bit offline. And so, we'll leave it up to Lonnie Chisenhall, who won it Sunday.
It just wasn't hit deep enough, even with Kipnis' speed, to try and send him.
This was Lonnie on Sunday, winning it with a base hit off Jose Valverde. Chisenhall's going to have to face another pitcher, though. Ron Gardenhire's going to go to his bullpen. He's calling on the left-hander Glenn Perkins. I believe that's who it is. We'll wait and see for sure when we come back. the hard way as Lonnie Chisenhall will be the batter, and he'll be facing Tyler Robertson. Big left-hander coming out of the bullpen, 36th appearance. Thought I saw they had Glenn Perkins down there warming up earlier.
That's in case they scored, so they could come up before that. The inning where they could pitch him on the road. They didn't want to burn their closer off for an out here in a tie game, so they've had 2 opportunities here. Santana had a chance with a count in his favor. He tried to pull and pop one to left, and Russ Kanzler ends up hitting one not deep enough to right, and you've got speed, one of your fastest guys on third base. So now, it's either going to take a wild pitch pass ball or Lonnie Chisenhall base hit.
And Lonnie Chisenhall has had no success against left-handed pitching. He is 0 for 15. There's a fly ball to right field. Revere coming in. He's there, and the Indians leave him loaded. We play on, tied at 4. Jack Links, feed your wild side. Esmail Rogers will come on to pitch the 11th inning for the Indians. He is the 9th Indians pitcher to work in this game tonight.
Well, a golden opportunity gone by the wayside, and they're going to have to go out and throw another 0 on the board. They're going to face 9, 1, and 2. Florimon, Span, Revere are the hitters. This guy is a guy that had a really good series against the Indians in Minnesota. A young shortstop. He was in AAA, switch hitter. Made them forget about Dozier, and there's talks that they're looking to put Dozier at second and third in the offseason. Let this guy play shortstop, maybe possibly for the future.
Well, Florimon will lead it off here and looks at a fastball that just misses, ball 1. This is actually tied a club record for the Indians, as Rogers is the 9th Indians pitcher to work in this game tonight. But we talked about that before, in the September situation with the call-ups, and you've got so many extra guys on the roster. You have situations that arise like this, and it hasn't always been like this where you get as many call-ups as the Indians have.
Not this year.
They have 9 or 10 extra guys.
Yeah.
Pitch is hit the third. Chisenhall throws him out, 1 away. Yeah, 9. Extra guys for the Tribe in this September call-up situation. And then who we were just playing just the other day, they were talking about
Detroit?
It wasn't Detroit. Who did we play just before
Texas.
that? Yeah, Ron Washington was asked about the young man Profar Jurickson, and he said, not interested in developing players. I'm trying to win the pennant right here, you know. I mean,
yeah.
For different teams, it's different circumstances. You know, when you're the Indians and the Twins and the Royals right now, you want to get a look at as many of your younger players as you can. You're trying to build for the future, build for next year. When you're the Rangers and the teams like the Yankees, Angels right now, you're not worrying about tomorrow. You're trying to win today. 2 down. The Indians of the 90s had the best of both worlds because they were able to bring some of their young players up and play them because they had such big leads a lot of times in the division. They had things pretty well sewn up by the middle of September. Not every year, but certainly in a number of those years.
Well, and there still wasn't too many people rested until it was clinched.
Yeah.
You know, when Mike was around, he was never safe.
Ben Revere looks at a fastball strike. The 0-1. Man, the breaking ball misses down low. Fastball hit in the air to left. Long run for Carrera. He dives. Can't get there, and it's foul. Good effort. Carrera diving on that hard surface out there that doesn't have a lot of give to it.
Well, an awful long way to run. Didn't think he had a chance of catching that ball. Yeah, that's a tough surface to land on. You're going to lose a little skin off the hand.
A little bit low. Boy, has Tampa Bay hit the skids right in the middle of a stretch run for a playoff spot. They're on the verge of losing their 4th straight. They're down 7-3 to Boston at home in the 7th inning in that game. Tampa Bay started the night 5 out in the wild card hunt, 5.5 back in the AL East.
Yeah, they've lost, 8 out of their last 11.
Yeah, bad time to have a losing streak.
It's been offensive. That's why they're not scoring runs. The pitching's still pretty good. They're just not scoring.
David Price got a real good chance to win the Cy Young.
He'd be my vote right about now.
Boy, he didn't miss by much if he did. Ball 4, says Mike Muchlinski, and the Twins have a 2-out base runner.
He thought he had him struck out earlier. A couple of pitches before this, he took a walk.
No,
that one was outside.
Yeah,
There's no doubt that's outside. But one before that, he thought he had him. Little two-seamer. So that puts speed on, and don't be surprised for him to be running here.
36 steals on the year, and the Twins have run roughshod against the Indians this year. Twins are 23 for 23. That's the most against the Indians in a season without getting caught since 1921.
Wow.
That comes to us courtesy of our own Mike Pachta. The 1-0 pitch. Right up the middle. Kipnis gloves it, looks to second, takes the sure out at first, and we'll go to the bottom of the 11th. still tied at 4. Pitch here in the 11th. And Manny Acta will go to his bench as Matt Laporta will bat for Casey Kochman. And Laporta has 10 hits in 44 at-bats on the year with the big league club. 0 for 2 as a pinch hitter. Takes down low, ball 1. Chops to third. And Jamie Carroll throws him out. 1 away. We'll bring up Ezekiel Carrera. And Carrera is 1 out of 4 on the night. Carrera kind of jabbed at it. Strike 1. White Sox hung on and beat Kansas City 3-2. But the Tigers blasted Oakland. And a strike called. So Chicago stays 3 games in front of Detroit. The White Sox have now won 5 in a row. Tampa Bay mounting their comeback. They've scored 2 in the 7th. They've cut it to 7-5 against Boston. Carrera strikes out. 2 down. They're underway in Seattle. Baltimore and the Mariners, no score second inning. Yankees were rained out, so the O's could pick up a half game and move into a tie with New York atop the Eastern Division standings should they win. But then they would have 2 games in hand on New York.
Ben Rivera went to get a baseball. It's out from their bullpen. Threw it into the stands. The fans missed it, hit the seat, and came back on the field again.
It never ceases to amaze me. The creativity with the fans come up with.
Sounds like we're in the woods. I hear howling going on all night. Are you kidding me?
It's not that close to Halloween, is it? The 2-0. And he rolls over on it. Oh, 1, 2, 3 go the Indians, and we go to the 12th, still tied at 4.
Might be. I didn't realize we had him here.
Well, we'll see if maybe the Rally Monkey can bring a little magic here. 12th inning. And Matt Laporta stays on defensively to play first base. Esmail Rogers, a second inning of relief work. He'll be facing Willingham, Morneau, and Mastriani. Rogers delivers. And it's ball one. Caught the corner, 1-1. Strike is called. 1-2. Down on the dirt.
Tried to quick pitch him right there. Did you notice that? A lot of times he comes set, and he's going to wait and hold. He doesn't. He comes in with nobody on base. Watch, he's quick pitches him. Gets it up, and boom, he didn't even bring his hands up.
That's a borderline balk because I'm not
sure
he
stopped. Well, there's no balk because there's nobody on base.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point, yeah.
So he can go up there. You can throw it as fast as you want. See how deliberate he gets?
Yeah.
He got the 2 strikes, and then he tried to quick pitch him. Well, he didn't have to because he comes back and settles and makes a perfect pitch.
But, if you plant the seed, that's, maybe it does its purpose.
Comes up. This is a good fastball, knee high, right there. And Manny Acta coming out for the left-hander. Main event, going to come in and face Justin Morneau.
Getting down to the nitty-gritty, the only guys left in that bullpen are Scott Main, Genmar Gomez, and Tony Sipp.
Well, cross Main off.
We got a timeout. Still tied at 4.
Hit.
Well, you know what? He can hit. We've seen him in action. And he did his part, though, with his arm tonight. Big strikeout of Josh Willingham. Ending in a third scoreless relief. They'll turn it over to Scott Main, a left-hander. And like I said, by my count, unless I've missed somebody, the only guys left now are Tony Sipp and Genmar Gomez out of that Tribe pen. Justin Morneau, a swing and a miss. Scott Main is the 10th Indians pitcher to work in this game here tonight, so that's the franchise record.
I was going to say, we tied it, so this has got to put it over.
Hit foul. Well, if you're going to play 12 innings, might as well do something memorable in the process, right?
If you're going to play 12 innings, you got to win the ball game.
Up the middle, bouncer to second base. Kipnis throws him out. Darren Mastriani, he came on as a pinch runner for Ryan Domit back in the 8th inning. Fly to deep center is only at bat. In fact, Michael Brantley had to go up against the wall and make the catch. Tony Sipp's already up, getting loose in the Indians bullpen. Line near the right field line. It's going to drop for a hit. Chu cuts it off.
Go get behind him.
Throws behind Mastriani.
I thought he could get him.
He scampered back quickly. So a 2-out base runner for Minnesota here in the 12th.
See, this kid can run. He was thinking second. Chu, you see how deep he was playing? He circled it and surrounded it, and he wanted to throw behind him. He gets back in a hurry, and now you have to run here. You got to go on first movement or at least try, I would think, with his speed. And I'm sure the Indians are going to throw over there a couple times, too, to try and combat that.
Swung on and missed.
Casilla a better hitter average-wise from the right side of the plate. 269. He only has 67 at-bats.
Runner goes, and he got a great jump. Not even a throw.
That's why you take it. And even though he goes down to the count 0-2, he's in scoring position now. Now Casilla has to swing at anything close. Watch him take off. First movement, not even a throw. So add another one to that tally of stolen bases for the Twins this year.
And Scott Main's 2-strike pitch. He turns towards second. The last time the Indians used 9 pitchers in a game before tonight was September 14th, 2006, in a game at Minnesota.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
So here tonight they set a new franchise record with 10 pitchers used.
I remember we had a game here.
It's in the hole. Kipnis cuts it off. Throws to first. Laporta's not there, and the run scores from third.
Laporta wasn't even on the base. And then he tries to hit the base, and the guy's on second base. I mean, that's unbelievable.
Minnesota is now ahead 5-4.
That's got to be a base hit, doesn't it? Look at where Laporta's playing. He's off the line. So go to first base. Look at, he's rounding like it's a base hit. He didn't realize Kipnis was going to get to that ball. Not knowing where your second baseman is. Not only does he fail there, he doesn't realize the man on second base is going to come around to score. And gives the Twins the 5th run.
Oh, boy.
Watch, he stopped like it was a base hit. You've got to get to the base. Oh, boy, oh, boy. And then not realizing he scored. Oh, boy. That is disappointing.
I couldn't figure out where he was going, so you're thinking that he assumed it was by Kipnis. He just...
Yeah, but he's still, if it is by Kipnis, you got to go in the cutoff position. But you...
So that's where he was headed.
No, he wasn't. He quit. He stopped. Look it. He's just casually getting into that position. You got to get to first base. You got to know where your second baseman is before the ball's hit. It wasn't hit that hard.
Fouled back out of play. Throw to first. Casilla. And a ground ball single into left field. So the Twins have 2 on with 2 out. This all happened with 2 outs and nobody on base. When Mastriani blooped a single down the right field line. And then stole second base. And then the inexplicable ground ball to second base where Kipnis went to throw to first, but Laporta wasn't there. And by the time he did get there, it was too late.
That was just a bad play overall. You go from being out of the inning, going into hitting and trying to win the game, to down a run, and now your pitcher still scuffling. Even that base hit on Casilla, I mean, it was an 0-2 pitch to begin with. He hit it off the end of the bat. And now you're trying to get out of it and keep it a 1-run ball game.
Santana with a block as Pedro Florimon gets his second at bat of the night. Indians down a run. As you mentioned, Scott Main trying to make sure it stays just one run. Florimone trying to bust it open now for the Twins.
Yep.
Line drive right field. Chu got a late break. Plays it on a hop. Coming around third with a full head of steam and scoring. And now the throw to third. They'll tag out Carroll to end the inning. But the run counts as Span scores on the base hit. And it's now 6-4 Twins as we go to the bottom of the 12th. And Glenn Perkins, the Minnesota closer, is on. The sixth Twins pitcher to work here tonight. And he'll be facing Kipnis, Cabrera, and Santana for the Indians. Tribe down a couple runs now as Matt Carson takes over for Willingham in left field. Perkins looking for his 12th save. And ball one to Jason Kipnis. Line drive left field. Carson broke in on the ball and able to get back to make the catch one away. As Dribble Cabrera, the batter now. And he flares one over into the seats. Right back to the screen. No balls, 2 strikes. Swung on and missed. Cabrera strikes out, 2 down. So Carlos Santana coming to bat for the Indians with the Tribe down 6-4. right back as Santana took a wicked cut. One ball, one strike. Might have to blame this. This is like a reverse curse of the rally monkey. It worked the wrong way.
Don't show that rally monkey. We'll shoot it.
Leave it in Anaheim. Santana down on the count of 1-2. Down low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. High pop, out of play. Santana trying to keep it alive for the Indians here. If he gets aboard, Michael Brantley would be next. White Sox beat the Royals earlier tonight 3-2. Tigers buried Oakland. So Chicago stays 3 games in front of the Tigers in the AL Central. The 2-2. There's a long fly ball deep to left field. Carson's going to watch this one. Clear the wall up into the seats it goes for a Santana homer. His 16th on the year. And it's a 1-run game at 6-5. The only question, would it stay up high enough to clear that wall? And indeed it did, as Santana goes deep for number 16. And the Indians are within a single run now.
Well, Perkins wasn't going to walk him. You don't want to put it was a 2-2 count. He just throws him a pitch, and Santana takes advantage of it and hits it out. So he gets him within 1.
And Michael Brantley, the batter, 1 for 4 on the night. And he takes ball 1. Slicing out of play. Fouled out of play by Michael Brantley, stays alive. Glenn Perkins delivers. And Brantley strikes out. So the Indians fall 6-5 to Minnesota in 12 innings here tonight. As Minnesota takes the series opener, and boy, they have had the Indians' number. They've won 11 of the last 13 meetings.
Well, they gave him a ball game today. Unfortunately, that 6-5 win.
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head. They gave it to him, especially with the mental mistake that Matt Laporta made. You're out of the inning. The inning's over, and
I
you're
know
still
it
playing.
is. I mean, Minnesota tried to give it to the Indians with a couple errors they made. They had 2 unearned runs. They had bases loaded, nobody out, couldn't get a run in. Then they turn around and give it back to them with 2 outs and a mistake.
Let's take a look at our KeyBank key play of the game now, and not a surprise.
And we're going to show you how it is gift wrapped right here. Man on second base, he just gets done stealing an 0-2 pitch. Kipnis gets to the ball. Laporta thinks it's going to get through for a base hit, tries to get back to the bag, but in turn you got Mastriani who could run on second. He forgot about him, and by the time he gets in, he was going into cutoff or relay position. And look he doesn't realize that the go-ahead runs at second base. That's happened a number of times with him playing first. That cost the Indians a game.
Get to a KeyBank branch now and rake in big savings on a car loan or home equity loan during KeyBank's Rake It In loan event. Final numbers tonight. Minnesota 6 runs, 16 hits, 2 errors, 12 left. For the Indians, 5 runs, 11 hits, no errors, 9 stranded. The winning pitcher, got to look at the card here, Tyler Robertson. He's 2-2. The save goes to Glenn Perkins, his 12th. The losing pitcher is Scott Main, who drops to 1-1. Time of the game, 4 hours. The attendance, 10,342. We're back with the Conrad's postgame show next.